Hello, Dragon Cicada. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great day. Of course I do. Hi. Okay, thank you for saying hi. Hope you have a great day as well. Be a beautiful day. Just because I feel like I'm going to start reading out loud. Maybe that will be better. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I had awoken at precisely the same moment I always did. I am so low on sleep, but I guess you really can't get up at the same time every day. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently we, too, had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satoko were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening. So then, you were out late last night with all your friends looking for them. Until about 3, I think. Yeah. Did you find them? Did you find Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, I mean? Crunch. I warily bit into my toast. It really did not have any taste. Just then we heard the chime go ding dong. I looked up at the clock and saw that it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Rena. It was her at the door. Good morning. Did you get any sleep? Did you? I think I slept for a few hours. You could probably count them on a chicken's toes, though. Rena seemed pretty sleep deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit. Are you going to school? Yeah. I think it would be better that way, she said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Rena was probably worrying her heart out about these two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school. If you stay home today, I think you would just be worrying nonstop and sleeping. I don't want that. So let's go to school together. All right. Wait just a moment. I'll get ready. I was just a little bit happy about Rena mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place where we would usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We are a little bit late today, so we thought she would be waiting for us. I guess Mi-chan couldn't wake up today, huh? That's right. For her, it wasn't just yesterday. She was up all night looking for the mayor the night before last, too. We waited for a bit. Time passed until it got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and you exchange glances. What do we do? Wait a little longer? At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi-san had left with me last night. The leaders of the three families were disappearing, one after the other, and next it might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have? No, that could not be. Let's go. Let's let her sleep for today. Rena gave me a pat on the back. Mion, she's still here, right? Did you say something? Oh, nothing, just talking to myself. Let's get moving. The two of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by a car. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I had never seen that before. Good morning. Good morning. The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous. Meibara-kun, good morning. Ryugu-kun, Good morning. Good morning. Your teacher has something important to say, so head straight to the classroom. All right? Rena and I said nothing. That madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. Good morning, everyone. The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning. First, the principal has something important to tell everyone. Go ahead, Mr. Principal. The principal cleared his throat and approached the dais. I'm sure some of you already know this. The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who did not already know. There seemed to be many, however, who could not accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either. Okay, everyone, pay attention. From today on, your parents or guardians will be taking you to school. For those of you whose parents cannot do so, you will be coming here in groups. I made a handout, so read it carefully and be sure to show it to your parents. Understand? The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. They should have just canceled school today. However, Rena told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled. Well then, let's begin the lesson. Class president, she's absent, I see. Then whoever is on day duty, let me hear it. All rise. That feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. As for the teacher who always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Rena brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today it was only the two of us. The fact that we did not need to drag any other desk over was sad. I'm sleepy. Yeah, I don't feel like sleeping anymore though. In fact, I am jealous of the people that could sleep at a time like this. They've got nerves of steel. You are right. I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Rena's bento box did not have its usual luster. That was to be expected. Rena was up for a long time last night too. She would not have had time to make her lunch beforehand, since it's not like she would have gotten up early this morning. Grab anything you want. Go ahead, you can admit that my bento is better today. Okay, then I will have some. Wow, a chikuwa roll with perilla and cheese. That's interesting. Rena, yours might have ready-made food in it, but it's pretty good too. I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom It seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess. Ooh, foo, foo. Just the two of us sharing our lunches like this. It's well, sort of like something. Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up. Sorry. I am sorry. No, it's okay. It's not your fault. Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We could not keep it up anymore. Rika-chan, Satoko, I wonder where they went. Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said it. I heard Rena catch her breath. Yesterday, while you were gone, I heard a bunch of things. So I will tell you what I know, okay? Sorry again about last night. Go ahead. At that time, since they had arrived for support, Rena was helping the Leahy Society cook the miso soup we had had. They reported all of the information the villagers had gathered, and Rena said she overheard it. They did not know anything important, though, did they? Rika-chan and Satoko went home after school, and then apparently went somewhere on their bikes. But other than that, Mion had told me yesterday. We had no clues. Yeah, the police also said that they probably went out on their bikes to go play somewhere as soon as they got home. If they were going out to play somewhere on their bikes right after getting home, they might have gone into town. So I guess they concluded they disappeared while in Okinomiya. The police were saying how they were going to expand their search to Okinomiya in the morning. In town. It would make sense why we could not find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that, just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then, Rika-chan had told me to leave it to her. And then, what did she say? Oh, right. If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I still did not have the faintest idea what she really meant. But it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it. I had selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika-chan and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I should not have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off to play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch. I don't think she would go into town. You think so too, Keiichi-kun? I agree. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan must have disappeared in Hinamizawa. I looked back at Rena, startled. I could hear the conviction in these words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway. I'm going to go rinse this out. She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Rena did not go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains out back, where students seldom went. The water flowed down onto our bento boxes. During that time, Rena did not say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak. The whole thing about Rika-chan and Satoko-chan going to town to play and then disappearing. That didn't make sense for some reason, so I decided to investigate a little bit myself. Who did you ask? What did you ask them about? I asked the Ladies' Society all kinds of things. There was a lot of tofu in the miso soup yesterday. Remember? The old lady from the Tomita tofu shop came too. The Tomita tofu shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub-like cistern always looked nice and refreshing. The old lady says she remembers Satoko-chan stopping to buy tofu there on her way home from school. Tofu? Well, it is on the way home, right? How is that a clue? Just listen. Do you remember when we went to Rika-chan's house? Rena stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room. There was a pot on our gas cooker, and there was miso soup in it. I think there was probably about half of it inside. The rest was in the refrigerator. They must have been planning to make chilled tofu. It was on a plate in plastic wrap. As Rena explained, she walked around as if she were really going through Rika-chan's room. Still, Rena, why does this matter? Keiichi-kun, when you make miso soup, you put the tofu in last. That means Rika-chan, or Satoko-chan, whoever was cooking, was standing there making it right up until before dinner time. Right up until dinner time. Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes were not around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves? The trash in the countertop bin was put there really awkwardly too. Rika-chan makes most of their food and lunches, but occasionally Satoko-chan does it too. So Satoko-chan was cooking that night. So that means that Satoko, at least, did not go somewhere to play. She was preparing dinner. Yeah. Then I took a look at the rice cooker and there was rice for two still in there. So she made dinner for both of them, but neither of them ate it. Is that it? Rena nodded. So next I looked in the fridge. There was some chilled tofu made from the other half that they bought. That is not all either. There were a whole bunch of plates with side dishes for dinner, and all of them were in plastic wrap. You usually plastic wrap things so that you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them in breakfast or lunch. That's right. You use plastic wrap to save leftovers for later. So the fact that they were in the fridge means that they did not plan on eating them that night, at least. Is that what it means? Keiichi-kun, think a little harder. Their dinner was totally untouched and wrapped up. What do you think that means? Well, that means they did not need to eat dinner anymore, so they would have gone out to eat or ordered takeout. It must have been really sudden, too. If they had decided to do that beforehand, they would not have made anything but. There was dinner for the two of them. That means that when Satoko-chan was making their dinner, they really thought they were going to eat it until right before they didn't. So then, the theory about the two of them going out to play and then disappearing is wrong. Yep. They disappeared after making dinner, and right before they ate it. Probably around 7 o'clock. Where would they have gone at a time like that by themselves without eating? That's obviously where this is leading. Keiichi-kun, do you remember? On their fold-out table there were things like soy sauce and a chopstick holder. There might have been something like that. I did not remember. The container for the soy sauce. It was empty. There wasn't even a drop left. Chilled tofu would not taste good without it, so I looked under their sink. So I looked under their sink for the larger bottle of soy sauce they have. You sure know a lot about where they keep stuff. I have been to Rika-chan's house and cooked for them before. Rena cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression. Then when I opened the cabinet, the big bottle of soy sauce was not there at all. It wasn't there. What does that mean? Everything I'm going to say from here on is just Rena's idea, so please listen until the end without saying anything. Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan was usually watch TV until the food was ready, so she was probably laying down watching a variety show or something. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs. I don't really know my neighbors that well. Would people be willing to just give her soy sauce? Yes. It's not all that uncommon in Hina Mizawa. So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko-chan waited, though, Rika-chan did not come back. So then Satoko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then the other person must have replied with something like this. We have plenty of food here, so you should come too, Satoko-chan. Rika-chan has already eaten. I think that's how they called her out there. Satoko called Rika a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too and headed for the house where Rika-chan was. Okay, but this is already pretty strange. You don't normally make so much food that you can give it to people who suddenly arrive at your house. A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed 2 extra people. Could it have just been a coincidence that they made too much? It's still unthinkable. Rena flatly denied me, since Rika-chan knew that Satoko-chan had worked really hard to make dinner for them, didn't she? No matter what kind of food she was offered, she would not let Satoko-chan's dinner go to waste. This was all only circumstantial evidence and Rena's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple the situation, bereft of clues. Then Rena. Where did Rika-chan go? To get soy sauce. That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she would be comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Satoko-chan wouldn't think it suspicious that she had been invited for dinner. So, who was it? Rena slowly shook her head. That is all for Rena's guesses. These are all just ideas, okay? Keep them a secret from the police. What is there to hide? Even if only half of what you say is right, it should be a good clue for all this. Keiichi-kun, this all means suspecting someone from Hina Mizawa. We cannot suspect anyone without a really good reason. I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Rena cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think about this. In my own way, Rena had barely any information to go on, and yet she had reason to doubt that much. So there should be something that only I, who knew far more than Rena did, could deduce. Oishi-san said this last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Rena might not have wanted to believe it, but it is basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the four of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tomitaki-san and Takano-san were sacrificed. There were two left, Shion and myself. However, before the culprits poured their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan, to whom I had confessed my sin. Then what about Satako? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I had told her everything was mortifying. But Satako, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Who would be the next to disappear? Would it be Shion and me next time? Why? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we had confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely though, I had not felt anything like that until now. Even though I am the root cause of everything, I had never once had that impression. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just careless. That's another story though. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be? Was I making a big assumption that I should not have been? I thought and thought, but could not come up with an answer. The one thing I understood was that I was the concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure. And then put an end to all of this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us. Maybar-kun, lunch break is over. Go back to the classroom. At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left and then another, and in the end it was just Rena and me. I was supposed to escort Rena all the way to her house, but she declined. Will you be alright? It's not safe to go alone. It would be just as dangerous for you to go home by yourself after bringing me back, Keiichi-kun. It's still light out anyway. I will be fine. I see. Then be careful, okay? Yeah. Hmm? Isn't that a policeman? Rena pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. From out of that car came Oishi-san. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Oishi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin. Rena, you should go. If you get involved with him, you'll be here for hours. But, what do the police want with you? Rena's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-chan's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still had not asked me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the truth. I am not the culprit. I know that. That said, I cannot say that I am not totally uninvolved with this incident. Rena simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she were looking at something dirty. I'll tell you next time. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Get going then. Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Oishi-san, who walked over. Hello. Welcome home, Maybar-san. Hello. It looks like your parents aren't here. My, I was in a bit of a spot. He came all the way to my house. I could only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they would probably be back late. I think Dad got called out on business. I don't think he will be back until later. I see. Well, that's convenient, I suppose. We can do this without giving your parents any strange ideas. Oishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. It seemed like he wanted me to get in the car. Are you taking me to the police station? I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if he wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling. No, I just don't want to stand around talking. We can just talk in the car, that's all. Come now, don't be shy. He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I would not have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, however, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I could not refuse. I could only accept in good grace. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only rarely. Oh, is it too cold? I will turn the car off. He turned off the engine and it suddenly became quiet, and the voice of the Higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, snuck inside. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices, lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments, while listening to those voices, I myself lamented the days I had been twisted and distorted since that night. Wait, she said, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded it first. How is the investigation going? The investigation of what? There have been so many. Which do you mean? All of them. Well, alright then. They're officially secret investigations and we are under a media blackout, but I will let you in on them. Then shall we start from the first incident? The freak deaths of Tomitaki-san and Takano-san on the night of Watangashi. On this one, embarrassingly enough, we have not made any progress at all. First of all, Tomitaki-san. There are indications on his body that he was assaulted by a group of people, but we have no explanation for him clawing out his own throat and dying. We suspect an overdose from a stimulant or something, but we did not detect anything. What about Takano-san? The same. We are in the dark. Autopsies for those who are burned to death are real tough. We believe she was doused in gasoline after she was strangled. That one falls under the Gifu Prefecture's police department. They have not been very cooperative, even though it happened in our territory. Oh, that's not really relevant though. So the police did not know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably. Nonetheless, the times when the incidents occurred have been generally placed right after the festival ended. It's a bit uncertain in Takano-san's case, but the likely prospect is that she was murdered at about the same time as Tomitaki-san, then dumped into the mountains in Gifu. Why would they bring a dead body all the way to the mountains? They should have just brought Tomitaki-san out there too. Oh my. Maibara-san, you are quite sharp, you know that? Of course I do believe that is something we need to be attentive of. There are a bunch of other suspicious things, but this is about all I can tell you at this point. How about the mayor? Have there been any clues? Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation on me. We investigated his movements on the day he disappeared. We did not find anything that could provide any clues, but I will tell you about it anyway. The mayor, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. People who have lived a long time have an unusual amount of pride, so the mayor had not been telling anyone that he was going to a proctologist at a certain university in Shishibo. On the day he disappeared, he had an appointment for a checkup, so he went out first thing in the morning. Even I knew that big hospitals, like university hospitals, had a really long waiting time. Apparently, people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment. His exam ended at 1. After that, he ate a light meal in the hospital restaurant and passed the time reading a magazine. We know this because of a receipt we found in his wallet at his house. There was nothing suspicious at all about that. That day, he had planned to go to a meeting in the assembly hall in the evening. He was supposed to return home with plenty of time to spare, but while he was on the train coming back, there was an accident. Seems it delayed him a bit, and he was only got back to his house right before the meeting was scheduled to start. His family witnessed a very hectic mayor leaving to go to the assembly hall at the shrine. What was the meeting about? He disappeared on his way back home, right? The three families and the essential members of the town assembly were at the meeting. We think they were discussing how to deal with the serial freak death incidents that happened again this year. So then, on his way home, the old man, who had treated Shion like his own daughter, he was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet, Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. What's the matter? I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back out what I had only realized for a split second. Remember Keiichi Maebara? You just realized something. Something important. The night of Watangashi. That was when everything started. That night, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died. The next morning, word of the incident has spread throughout Hina Misawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital, ate something, and then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. Mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident on the night of Watangashi, until when he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that he went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You could not have even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maebara? Why does it matter, Keiichi Maebara? Kei-chan, what should I do? What's wrong? Tell me. We are not keeping secrets from each other, right? I, old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi everything. That night, I told the mayor that we'd snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also that someone saw us and was out to get us. Right. What then? Old man Kimiyoshi did not get angry. He smiled and told me that if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I would be demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose, and fell. So then, what does it mean? Hey, Keiichi Maebara, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He did not tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant, which meant, which meant, Maybara-san, are you alright? If you are too hot, I can turn the air conditioner on. Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I not think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. I was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape. Maybara-san, are you in there? Yeah. Wei-Shi-san lit yet another cigarette. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long? I've tried to tell you everything I know. In return, feel free to tell me anything you want, Maybara-san. My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and I could not think. Now, don't clam up again. If there are any misunderstandings, I would like to clear them up first. I do not think you are the culprit here or anything. Oishi-san gave his best attempt at an adult smile. I know the four of you snuck into the ritual storehouse at night. Everyone in the village heard rumors about it by the next day. That in itself means we should take you in for trespassing, but that is not the problem. It's what was inside. What was inside that made the people who snuck in there end up as sacrifices. There wasn't anything. As soon as I said that, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it did not matter anymore. Was there really nothing in there? I mean, everyone who went in is being sacrificed one by one, you know. Even the mayor and Rika-san, who switched the lock on the door, were sacrificed. What was inside that could have caused such terrible things to happen? I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Oishi-san's goal all wrong. But again, that did not matter anymore. There were just a lot of torture devices that were used a long time ago. I looked around at them with everyone. Was that really all? That was really all. There was nothing terrible in there that would make you keep silent, like a pile of psychoactive drugs, maybe a secret poppy workshop. Perhaps there were mountains of Soviet or Chinese handguns. There weren't any suspicious wooden boxes or containers packed in there. There was nothing as exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but I felt like in a way there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as secret, whether or not I thought I had seen some crazy things did not matter in the slightest. The four of us broke the taboo. Punch us. That should have been what happened. We put in a request for a search warrant thinking that there might have been some secrets hidden in that storehouse. It's been the sabotage of the century. They said it would be an insult to religious figures and something about the right to free religion in the Constitution. That's why I really didn't have any other recourse but to ask you since you went in there. It really was just old, rusty, dusty torture equipment. Nothing else stood out. Then Tomitaki-san and Takano-san were only killed as a punishment for having broken the taboo. I didn't have an answer for the only part. I suppose I won't bother hiding it anymore. You are the only one to escape harm so far. Everyone but you has disappeared, and yet you alone are safe. What's the difference between you and them that would protect you, but bring harm to the others? That's what I want to know. There was something wrong with what Washi-san was saying. You alone. You alone. What? Wait, wait a second. What do you mean by you alone? I'm saying that you alone have been left alive, right? Out of the 4 people who tiptoed into the storehouse for ritual implements, I mean. The only one left alive? Hold on. Shion was still. Jiro Tomitaki-san and Mio Takano-san died that night, and Shion Sonosaki disappeared the next day. Wait, what? 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 Only you are still safe and sound at this point. Why only you? I'm saying that is what I want to know. Shion disappeared. That's impossible. I unintentionally raised my voice, but I did not care about that. Tomitake-san died. Takano-san died. And Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What is this guy talking about? Oh, well, now I thought you were long since aware of this. That this is the first I have heard of it. Shion disappeared? When? Well, going back a bit, she disappeared the day after Watangashi. Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't understand. Shion Sonosaki spends the night at relative's house, depending on her mood on any given day, so no one thought much of not knowing where she was. She frequently takes days off from school, too. Her teacher has been pretty troubled by it. I did not ask about any of that. I am asking you when Shion disappeared. I told you it was the day after Watanagashi. The fluids in my body all reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply could not endure it. Hang on, hang on. Shion had already disappeared. Then, then, that night, that call, that phone call. Who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, that should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. She took breaks from class like it was nothing, and her family would not listen when I told them, so I did not bother calling the school in the end. So it ended up taking quite a while before we realized she had disappeared. I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it had completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well. Don't you remember? We talked at the library the day after Watanagashi. Shion-san was there then. That was the last we saw of her. No one knows where she's been since. That cannot be. That day Oishi-san had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me that night? Her job was at a restaurant called Angel Mort, right? She hasn't been there since that day. She's been completely absent ever since. The person at the restaurant couldn't get in touch with her. He was really worried. That cannot be. It cannot be. It's only circumstantial evidence, but after she left us at the library, but before she made it to work, I think it's appropriate to consider her having disappeared during that time. right after Shion ran away without me. It seems that you did not know. Maybe if you had said something earlier, this would have gone more quickly. Now you understand, right? You are the only one left. You are the only survivor of the 4 who slipped into the ritual storehouse. It could not be. It just could not be. If something else happens, it would happen to you. I need you to understand that, Maybar-san. It cannot be. It cannot be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared. That could not be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion. From Shion. Shion has long since disappeared. Next will be you. Then, who was on the phone these past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? That's... It can't be. It can't be. Well, we all know where this is heading, right? Mion, we are looking at you. Super, super, super sus. Super, super, super sus. Sussy wussy. I lay down on the couch and stayed there dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I could not think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late, and that I should have some ramen for something for dinner. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared, would she still call me? Where were they calling from? And who were they? The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiji Maebara. Oishi-san admitted it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she just have gone to relatives that Oishi-san didn't know about and have been there ever since? Shion and I were both being targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think she went somewhere she usually did not in order to hide. That must have been why Oishi-san couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Then my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little. Don't just convince yourself of the most convenient possibility Keiichi may borrow. I knew she didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do. Still, do not run from this, Keiichi. If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who? Who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice should not be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It could have only been Shion. No, dumbass, it could have been Mion, though. Yes, there was someone, though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else? Who else could have? Why, though? Why would Mion? I thought back to the things about the Sonozaki family that I had heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of the information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched at my head. Courage. Give me courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I knew it would ring tonight. It would be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful. Be careful. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this. At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I did not know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watangashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again tonight. The people that disappeared, their corpses simply have not been found. I really did not think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? Of course that could not be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she were alive and well, the phone continued its incessant ringing. I did not want to pick it up if I did not have to. I had just concluded, though, that not doing so would not solve anything. Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she was not Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, would I pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail? That would probably be the safest thing to do. What I was most afraid of was that the person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she was not Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? If I just make sure to be careful, that should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I will answer the phone. Once I do that, I will talk to her as if nothing had happened. That wasn't all I would do this time, though. I would scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomitaki-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know, too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi. Hello? Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion. Huh, Kei-chan. It's me. It's Shion. Bullshit. It's Shion. Bullshit. My momentary convenience and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for this. You took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home, and I was about to hang up. Sorry. I was just in the bath. Did your family not pick up for you? Could your parents be out right now, Kei-chan? I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information that I was currently the only one at my house. Well, no, they are not really. Anyway, have you heard about Rika-chan and Satoko? No. What happened after that? Were they found? No, they were not found. Kei-chan, please do not lose hope. If if Oishi-san had not let me know, that I might have allowed myself to shed a tear to Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it had come to this, I could not take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect as Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear. Rika-chan and Satoko, they were kidnapped, weren't they? Yes, I don't think there's much doubt. Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold? Their weight astonished me, and then a moment later, I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I asked if Rika-chan and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind her words. Rika-chan and Satoko were... No, I mean, I am sorry. About the mayor. What do you think happened after he was kidnapped? Do you think he's still alive? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko after they were kidnapped? That's why I wanted to ask, but I finally caught myself. What if she had given that question a terrifying response in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however much I talked about the mayor, I think he was killed. He... Hey, wait, that was quick. I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are. As long as they are not hostages, it would be the most practical to kill them once you are done with them. Oh, I just got a text from my mom. My new desk and chair here. I don't know when she's planning on bringing it over, but, hells yeah. Hells yeah. As long as they are not hostages, it would be most practical to kill them once you were done with them. The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly? Kill them so readily? Oops. I mean, what's a human life for two anyway? It's a horrible thing, but I think that's probably what happened. If the mayor was killed, then did that mean the same happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. They couldn't kill them so readily. It's probably better to think that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan ended up the same way. Those were the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything, I still could not help but scream. This time the tears flowed. I had been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I had been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I had cried. There was no longer any doubt. That was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I had not given in. I... Even my voice gave out, and yet still, I cried. And cried. Kei-chan, please just try and calm down. Rika-chan and Satoko, they have been killed. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it. What are you going to gain by doing that? They are definitely going to target you and me next. Please, I am asking you, get a hold of yourself. Please. Please. Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice as though like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why? 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 Why kidnap someone and then kill them? Screw curses. Are people's lives really that cheap? Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this? You are right. You're absolutely right. It would take a demon. I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach, and it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment. Hey, Shion, please tell me, why did Hina Misawa start needing someone to die on the night of Watangashi? That's what I would like to know. The fighting over the dam project is already over and done with. Haven't enough people been cursed already? Why is it? Why? If there's a reason, then say it now. I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I could not stop them. These were not simple questions. This was an interrogation. Shion herself had not realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny that I could not stop crying. I understand how you feel, Kei-chan, I really do. The damn wars ended a long time ago. Yet murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Yashiro-san's curse. Why? Why is it happening? Some of them had nothing to do with this, and some of them did not deserve to be cursed. So why? Why? That's why I am asking you. I want to know that as much as anyone. Both our ragged breaths could be heard over the phone. Listen. Oyashiro-sama's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic. Just like you said, someone in the village is using the grand name of Oyashiro-sama's curse as a justification for continuing these murders and disappearances every Watangashi. They were cunning. They've been using the curse as a convenient tool and made a system where they could get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year. And this year, that system killed Takano-san and Tomitake-san. Then why wasn't that enough? Why did the mayor and Rika-chan and Satoko have to get killed too? I don't give a shit about the past. The only thing I care about is why Rika-chan and Satoko needed to be killed. Why is that? I didn't say a word to Satoko, you know. Why even her? Why? A silence fell between us. Shion did not answer for a while. Kei-chan, please, stop being mean. A sob. Was Shion crying? I don't have any idea what's going on either. Everything changed when we went into the ritual storehouse that night. It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding. When I heard that Takano-san and Tomitake-san had been killed that night, I doubted my ears. Then I realized it instantly. I realized what sort of a position I was in now. The 4 of us snuck in there. Kei-chan, you and I won't be so conveniently forgotten. When I thought about that, it made my chest so tight. It was so terrifying. You know that feeling, Kei-chan, don't you? There was nothing fake about her words. She had even understood how I felt. That's why I confessed everything to Old Man Kimiyoshi. All of us entered the forbidden storehouse. It was just a little bit of fun. We knew we shouldn't have done it, but it really had just been for fun. It was only a bit of exploration, that was all. Takano-san and Tomitake-san, who went in with us, were killed shortly afterward. They met such miserable ends. Since that day, I have been living in fear of when I would be attacked. There was nobody except Old Man Kimiyoshi who would help me. So I asked him to save me. Old Man Kimiyoshi, he was not mad. He smiled and said, if you are really sorry, Shion-chan, then you would never be demoned away. He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him. Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, I... Dad let my emotions take over and go off at her. Shion was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, "Don't forget Keiichi Maebara. Don't forget about the mayor on the morning of Watangashi. He was told of Takano-san Tomitake-san's death over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He had only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san... Oishi? I keep feeling like I'm saying his name wrong, but I don't know how to do that second O. I almost feel like it's Aaron when you spell Aaron with the A-A-R-O-N. I'm pretty sure it's Oishi. Pretty sure. When did you let the mayor know? Huh? I'm sorry, Shion. It must seem like I'm kicking you while you are down, but... Shion, you told him, right? You told old man Kimiyoshi, the mayor. Yes. When did you let him know? I had begun to get scared of saying it out loud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me. Did you know that the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to the hospital for treatment? Kei-chan, what does that have to... Please answer me. If you didn't know, then just say so. There was a momentary silence. Then, after stammering a few times, she replied, I knew that. He had hemorrhoids. It looked like sitting down was really hard for him. He was going to the hospital. You know which hospital, right? I'm sorry, I don't know that much, but... Kei-chan, what does that have to do with... Shion did not know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she did not know his destination, then she obviously could not have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He did not have time. There would not have been enough time for him to listen to Shion's spill the beans. I want to ask you straight. Shion, when did you tell the mayor about everything? When and where? Your answer doesn't have to be precise, but please give me one. Kei-chan, why are you asking that? Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I will say it. If I am wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you are the real Shion. It was impossible. The day the mayor disappeared, from dawn until he vanished, there was no opportunity for you to contact him. The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital all by himself, without telling anyone. Shion, you just said you did not know what hospital he went to, so you could not have contacted the mayor until he got back. Isn't that right? His train back was delayed by an accident, and he did not return to his house until the meeting was about to start. So there was no time for you to have told him before the meeting started either. I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it. Shion, did you go to the meeting too? Did you attend it and tell him there? If you didn't, then there would not have been any time left. After the meeting was over, the mayor disappeared on his way home. Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she? Or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give an immediate response. Actually, with the meeting, you didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day. I'll say it more directly. You haven't been seen since we were at the library together. Kei-chan, well, Shion Sonozaki disappeared the day after Watangashi. The other end fell silent as the grave. It was so quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there. Oishi-san says you have been missing. Despite that, you have been calling me every night like this, haven't you? Shion's sobs were torturing me. Still, I am pretty sure I have not said anything wrong. Please, Shion, if something I said was wrong, please say so. Shion, I am begging you. Shion, there is no way you could have seen the mayor, but if you did see him, if Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, then that meant then you saw him after the meeting. In other words, it could have only been right before he disappeared, or else afterward. That is a lot of hee-hee. That is a lot of hee-hee. It's going to fill up the entire screen, isn't it? Okay. Oh, eyes. Beep, beep with the dial tone. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she had hung up on me. After laughing really, really long. Higurashi. New tips. Alright. Poggers. That got the achievement tough call. Yeah, that was a tough call. That very last call was pretty tough and pretty spooky. What's going on with Mion? Because that's who it has to be, right? The problem with twins. This is not limited to just Hinamizawa, but in Onigafuchi village especially. The three families detested giving birth to twins as successors. The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the three families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife from things like family quarrels. According to the literature, if twins were born, then they had to be cold. With that, the very fact that both the Sonozaki family successor, Mion Sonozaki, and her twin, Shion, are alive is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oryu, is sympathetic. Of course, the twins are not cared for equally, and as the heir, Mion receives special treatment. From what I have heard, despite the two of them looking exactly the same on the outside, the talent lies solely with Mion. My own observations of the two of them don't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates that the leader of the Sonozaki family is said to inherit a demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. In accordance with the tradition, there's an extremely high possibility that Mion has such a tattoo on her back. From what I have heard, there is apparently a magnificent demon tattooed on Oryu's back as well. Then, I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the heir, Mion. I really want to see her back. At the Suzu Mahjong Parlor. Reserved for the day, Suzu Mahjong partner. Clatter clack. Hey, Akuru-chan, you're the last one here. All the youngsters are here already. Excuse me, miss. Oishi handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owned the Mahjong parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now. Oishi-san, good work today. What, were you all earnestly waiting for me? You could have just done 3-player. Everyone sitting at the mahjong tables in the small parlor were Oishi's subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out anywhere. Everyone, I would like to thank you for your days of investigation without sleep. Thank you. Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already it had lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment. The situation is not looking good. The chief appears to have backed down due to Congressman Sonozaki's threats. In the coming days, we will hand off Takano's murder to the Gifu police and give the missing persons case of the disappearance of the mayor and the others to the community division. That damn upstart chief. The veterans in the room cursed him. All of our requests for warrants were turned down as well. I've even been told by our section chief not to go anywhere near the Sonozaki house. We are certainly in the bind that we are. Incidentally, it looks like I will be getting orders soon to go to the training at the Metropolitan Police Department starting next week. After that, I have even been told to take a paid vacation in Izu. Well, I suppose that ain't bad. He heard a few dry laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but that was all they could do. This always happens, but incidents are a lot like locking your keys in the car. The keys you need to unlock the door are always locked inside. For cars, you call JAF and they will pry your door open. For incidents, Kuma-chan, show the map. Kumatani flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets. Now, I've been doing this job for a long time. I've got a lot of faith in my gut, but this could be the one time it was wrong. Anyone worried about their retirement money has until the count of 10 to get out of here. Oishi began to count to 10, and everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution. 9, 10. No one is leaving. None of you love your families too much, is that it? Everyone laughed uproariously, cheering things up. I want everyone to go over their materials. Memorize the locations and blind spots of all the security cameras. Kuma-chan, you will stand by in the command car. If something happens, you will switch with me and take over. Komiyama-kun will head up Infiltration Team A. Atsushi-kun will lead Team B. Observation teams will set up at points 1 through 8. Banchi-kun, you're responsible for keeping a strict timetable. Control your locations so HQ does not get wise. Now the team on standby has the most important job, alright? If the section chief asks where I am, play dumb. I will handle escorting our guest. I will probably take him to the venue, so wait patiently, everyone. Wonder if he will cave. Geichi may borrow, that is. From what I have seen, we are set for tomorrow or the day after in that regard. It will be easy. Oh, that got another achievement. Detective Watangashi. That's all the tips. Okay, so we are not getting any more tips apparently for the rest of the game. Apparently. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that must mean we're getting close to the end of Watanagashi. But never fear, because I already have the 3rd chapter downloaded, Tata Higurashi. So, yeah. Continuing onwards. Keiichi? Keiichi. Just leave him alone. His friends went missing. It must be really hard for him. Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did. Shouldn't Keiichi stay home from school for a while too? I think it would be safer not to go until the police do something about this. Maybe. Compared to what could happen, taking a few days off would not be a bad idea. Anyway, how is it logical not to close school during such a dangerous situation? What do those teachers think our children are doing? Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself. I really had no interest in anything. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication. Keiichi, how are your studies going? You have gotten further than the other kids, haven't you? If you have, then you can take a few days off, alright? I did not even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watangashi festival. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax from walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny, little, and incredibly stupid curiosity, and broke the taboo. This isn't something we should be doing, is it? Let's not. It's a crime to force your way into a locked building even if you don't steal anything. Shion, now that you know they weren't having some secret rendezvous, you've had enough, right? I don't want to do something like this. What if Rika-chan's dance ends up while we are messing around here? I prowled on as I took the lock from Tomitaki-san's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go, let's go. Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomitake-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I did not care. Sorry about that. Anyway, I pushed everyone further and further away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Then at last her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red, I clapped and I clapped. Ding dong. Isn't that Rena-chan? She's here because it's your usual meetup time, isn't she? I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Rena. Keiichi, shouldn't you take a few days off from school? You are right. Thanks for being so considerate. I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena. Good morning. We are going to school as a group starting today, so you cannot be late. That's right. If we, the ones furthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there would be waiting for us. I think I'm going to take some time off from school. Okay, Rena answered shortly, nodding. I think you should do whatever is best for you, Keiichi-kun, so you don't need to feel that you are weak or anything. Oh, and here is a notice they are sending around. Could you give it to your mom? I think it has a lot of important announcements in it. I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache. The police are looking as best they can too. They'll find them for sure. Just be patient. Okay? Rena said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe. Rena, you're not going to question me? Nope. Rena, you know, don't you? About that night, do you mean when you snuck into the ritual storehouse? I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little. So it's all out in the open. Really? I should not do bad things like that. Mi-chan was really mad. So she was upset. I suppose she would have been. I don't think she was as angry about you sneaking in there, though, as much as about you hiding it from her. Maybe Kei-chan. Maybe you should have told her yourself and apologized. I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I had hurt her badly. However, I had not realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still had not been able to talk to Mion about it. Rena, you are right. I never realize anything until you tell me. Keiichi-kun, hypothetically, if you had admitted you had done something wrong right away and apologized to Mi-chan, I wonder if Rika-chan and Satoko-chan would not have had to disappear. I couldn't answer right away. I could not admit to that. Wasn't Rena telling me right now, though, that I should have admitted to my crime sooner? If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Rena's eyes were filled with kindness, but they were not naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and they stared fixedly into my own. Yeah, you are right. If I had admitted my crime sooner, then Rika-chan and Satoko would not have had to die or disappear. Smack. The palm of Rena's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there, unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I had been hit. It didn't hurt at all. I don't think that anyone has scolded you, Keiichi-kun, so I will scold you in their place, okay? I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Rena's feet. Going somewhere you are not allowed to go was a very bad thing to do. Do you understand that? Uh-huh. Answer me with a yes, Keiichi-kun. Yes. Also, was even worse, you didn't admit to having done something so bad. You should never do anything bad in the first place, but not admitting to it or apologizing for it is much, much worse. Yes, I was wrong. For a few minutes, Rena stared at me, silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then, finally, the tension in her face softened, and she smiled. Okay then, it is about time. I should be going. Alright, be sure to give the notice to your mom, okay? Also, warn her not to go out to pass it on after it gets dark. I bent down to pick up the notice, which I had dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more light-hearted page with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. Uh, well, yep, yeah, we won't look into that too much about especially not concerning the lack of soy sauce at a certain other house. Nope, we won't look into that too much at all. What is this? I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels, and to please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it tied together. If you need some soy sauce, then you would go to the Sonozaki house. Rena, did you know all along? Yeah, I knew. Rena had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Rika-chan was not coming back, so Satako had called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Satako got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared. Didn't Oishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir, Mion, frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. They probably know exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Lord store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there would not have been any trouble at all. I'm going to Mion. I'll go apologize. I'm going to have her put an end to everything. Mion probably will not forgive me easily, but I will go and ask her not to sacrifice anyone else. With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Rena to exit the house. When she stopped me, I'm going to. Rena, shouldn't you go to school? This is way more important than school. Rena, you should not come. If you get wrapped up in this too, then I think I might actually go crazy. Rena did not move her arm, which was blocking my way. If Keiichi-kun disappeared as well, then I think I might actually go crazy too. So I will not let you go alone. Rena argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her resolve. All right, let's go. Thank you, Rena. Rena nodded slightly but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go. To Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed, and then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I will pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With Rena following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Oishi-san. Hey, good morning, Maebara-kun. To you too, Ryugu-san. Together so early in the morning, you make me jealous. What truly praiseworthy man he was if he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity. You are from the police. Oh, have I not introduced myself to you, Ryugu-san? Please excuse my rudeness. My name is Oishi from the Okinomiya Police Department. Pleased to meet you. Are we telling Oishi-san? Yeah. I think my palm is enough punishment for your crime, Keiichi, but we should leave Mi-chan's to these people. Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up in my heart. We have something to tell you, Oishi-san. Well now, what about? Should we stand here and talk, or go inside the car? In the car, please. I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rena was. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while. How do you feel? Don't you feel a lot better now that you have told me? Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course I do not feel better. The price I had paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment was not returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static. This is Kumatani. Oishi-san, over. Yes, hello. This is Oishi. We got news a few minutes ago that she has been absent from school. No movement at the Sonozaki house. Our target is still on the premises. Yes, good. Keep a close watch out. Roger that. Cars 3 and 7 just arrived for support and we have returned to base. Also, I think Division Chief is looking for you, Oishi-san. He keeps annoying me too, even though I keep telling him I'm trying to get in touch with you. What should I do? If you're hard pressed for an answer, tell him your accidental orders not to wake me from my morning nap. Got it. The radio grew silent. Sorry about that. It was about work. He just said there was no movement at the Sonozaki house, didn't he? Oh my. Did it sound like that to you? This won't do. Please keep that a secret, alright? I don't have permission from the division chief to be making private inquiries like this. Oishi-san has suspected me on for a long time. Nor for questioning witnesses or for searching houses. We don't have permission for anything, really. The Sonozaki house's defenses said to protect the family members are also in full working condition. Without a warrant, we cannot do anything about anything unless the crime happens right in front of us. Oishi-san, could you be... Rina's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oishi-san. You can't set foot in the Sonozaki house. Were you trying to get Keiichi-kun to go in there instead? Rina, that's... What do you mean? This person. Just as I thought, he plays really dirty. Stop, you are hurting my reputation. That said, I am all ears to your explanation, okay? Oishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rina, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comment slide. You cannot get a warrant, but you've always had your eyes on Mi-chan because you thought she was suspicious. Yes. You applied to incite Keiichi-kun and have him go to the Sonozaki house. Then, if something were to happen to him, you would have used that as an excuse to go in. Isn't that right? I only understood about half of what Rena was saying. I knew, however, that Oishi-san had been trying to use me, even if Keiichi-kun got hurt as a result. Have you no shame? Is this how the police do things? My, it seems we have an incredible detective on our hands. Oh my. Would you be interested in taking our exam? I would gladly write a recommendation letter to get you into the detective division. You are despicable. Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility. I've been insulted in all kinds of ways in my life, but one or two words from a young girl is always the roughest for me. Even so, I suppose I should thank you for not arresting Mi-chan yet. Don't mention it. Oishi-san seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Rena. The things this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him. Now then, as two esteemed friends of Mion Sonozaki-san, what do you plan on doing now? Will you wait kindly for me to go over the evidence and request a warrant? No, we won't wait for that. We will go and make Mi-chan surrender herself. That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find an enemy to afford her. I see. I wonder if it will go that well. If you're careless, you too may be facing danger, you know. Oishi-san was measuring our resolve. So, in a strong voice, I declared, we are fully prepared. Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant, yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience. If anything should happen to us, use that as an excuse. Though my greatest hope is that you will surround the place so that the criminal cannot get away. Ryugu-san, you are good at negotiating too. I'm throwing in the towel. I surrender. What are you talking about? If the policemen surround Mi-chan's house, then that will be insurance for the worst case scenario. For the worst case. Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it? Oishi Takuma-chan. Oishi Takuma-chan. This is Kumatani. Go ahead. Our two friends are going to play at the Sonozaki house. Make arrangements so that we can reinforce them if needed. Roger. Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans. Then, let's get going. Want to buy some tea biscuits on the way there. Neither Rena nor I went along with Oishi-san's stupid joke. Oishi stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I have never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road. This is as far as I can take you. According to our information, there are quite a few security cameras set up on the premises. Still, don't worry. I've got a bunch of youngsters ready and waiting to slip past them and go in. We will be monitoring the inside with a one-way mic, so if you do give a loud scream, we will know right away. We will persuade her for sure, so please be ready for her to turn herself in. In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend. Be plenty careful, you hear? You probably don't believe it right now, but I don't want you two being sacrificed if at all possible. You are right about that. With that rude response, we left the car. The clinking humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I would have never expected this would be happening today. Let's go, Keiichi-kun. Rena took the lead and began to walk down the road I had never been. Rena, you've been to Mion's house before, right? Yeah, a few times. It's a really big house. You could fit a mountain into their backyard, too. You can pick mushrooms and stuff, though there are fences everywhere. Big enough to fit a mountain. That was amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa, and the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high, the tops of them bent inward, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. This forest, or should I say mountain, is this all their yard? It's more like their domain. As you can see, it's private property, but nobody maintains it. The forest isn't really the kind that you can go hiking in. She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected, savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Oishi said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place, though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional. I wonder if Mion is watching us as we come to her. I don't think she is. The only people living in Mi-chan's house are generally her and her grandma, After all, there's nobody to watch the cameras. What a useless security system. Well, Michan's father seems like a pretty tough person to get along with, so whenever everyone in the family is getting together, the cameras are apparently working properly. That's right. Mion's father, he was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate as big as I had imagined appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandmother? And the house was such a grand gateway. I wonder if she is here. The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating, into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released, and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion. Well, this is unusual. Aren't you two going to school? Mion did not seem all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which was not a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand. We stayed home today. K-chan is one thing, but you two, Rena? You two are such troublemakers. Mion smiled lightly, in the way that the Mion we knew always did. Well, let's not just stand here. Come on in. She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena. Let's go. Rena smiled cheerfully as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rallied myself, and then we go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't clear what you would think of when you hear mansion, but was very clearly a vast place. Was this the first time you have been here, Kei-chan? Yeah. This house is enormous. Steep thatched roofs aren't in fashion anymore. This place could be a tourist attraction. I want to rebuild it using totally average and boring reinforced concrete soon. Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt. Don't worry about it. Things have been dangerous lately. Gotta do at least as much during the daytime. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile. Well then, good sir and madam, I shall show you inside. Please come this way. Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Rena gripped my stiffening arm lightly. Keiichi-kun, you are too tense. We came to see Michan, remember? You don't need to be that nervous. That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and laughed at myself. What's this? Mion, what's with the stone on top of the newspapers? It's in the way. There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I did not understand why something like that was here. Rena noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled. Rena, do you know? What is this? Some kind of good luck charm? If you don't really know, then feel free to move it out of the way and put your shoes there. Keiichi-kun, there's a nest of swallows right above that stone. Oh, you are right. This house is for people, but swallows still come in without permission and make nests. It must be like a tradition for them. Whenever spring comes, they always make a nest here. It's kind of annoying, though. In other words, it's a sign to not take off your shoes here, because swallow poop could end up in them. I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two. A really long time ago, the Sunzaki family apparently cultivated silkworms. Our ancestors would get all worked up over exterminating the swallows. When you think of it that way, maybe this is our just desserts. Anyway, come on in. The inside of the house was not very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either. You are kidding, right? There's a terrible draft and the winters are freezing. Don't go making my house into property of cultural significance and getting in the way of renovations. Got it? What I want most is a house like yours, Kei-chan. I'm pretty jealous of it. It seems like it would be warm in the winter. Oh, but snowfall seems like it would be a problem. Snowfall's a problem? Does Hinamizawa get that much snow? Our latitude's south of Kanto, isn't it? Isn't this region warm? You don't know, Keiichi-kun? Hinamizawa is an area that gets heavy snowfall. When we get a lot, everyone gets buried. Sometimes you can't even get out of your house. Sometimes your car gets totally buried too, and you can't find where it is. I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa was that a bad place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like this place got plenty of snow so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried? Not being able to find your car? That's way too much snow. You remember from geography class, right? The western side of Japan gets cold winds from Asia. We are different from those softies protected by the mountains, nice and warm by the Pacific Ocean. I'm totally okay with being a softie, and nice and warm. I hate the cold. We will have to have a training camp to get Kei-chan used to the cold this winter then. No way, there's no way that's happening. I hate the cold and I hate training camps too, and I hate them even more put together. Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had, then told us she would bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment. Still, there's a lot of fun things to do in the winter. I bet our club will be a blast then. Our club continuing activities through the winter sounds totally horrible, like swimming in the cold or marching in the snow. When did we turn into Mount Redhorn? Yeah, there are definitely a lot of tough punishment games through the winter season. One time she made us have a Rio carnival in the schoolyard while snow was falling. I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events. We do snowball fights and shaved ice eating contests and treasure hunts in the snow. Wait, why is everything outside? Why can't we play tabletop games in a nice warm room while it is snowing? Whoa, Keiji-kun, if you are saying things like that, then you are going to lose a lot this winter. We will have lots of punishment games and Rena won't lose. How? Don't give me that how. I settled things with a cross chop to the head. You are sure having fun. Our walls aren't very thick, so be careful not to go flying through any, okay? The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set. Do you want sesame seeds on your rice? Sorry, we don't have much in the way of bean paste or other good stuff. It's okay. We did not really come here to drink tea anyway. And with those words, a smile disappeared from Rena's face. She did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air, it was like a warm spring day until a moment ago, had slipped through the cracks in the paper door and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Ren and I sat kneeling without uttering a word. Here you are. Drink up. We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy. There's no poison in it or anything. Do you distrust me that much? That's so upsetting. Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we did not want to do, and so we sat for a long time. At last Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak. Hey now, Kei-chan, Rena, you are the guest. Didn't you come here for something? If you don't speak up first, this old man won't know what to do. Rena and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her. Keiichi-kun, it's okay. I needed to come here. Let me talk first. Okay, I understand. What would Kei-chan have to tell me? Please give me your daughter's hand in marriage, maybe. Can't do that. My little Rena and Kei-chan aren't meant for each other. Go wash your face with miso soup and try again later. Afterwards, I thought her mean remark from Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said these mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders. Mion, first, I have something to apologize for. You do? What for? Mion pretended that she did not know what I was talking about, but I had clearly gotten my point across. Well, on the night of Watangashi, the ritual storehouse behind the shrine, I went in there. I could see Mion's expression immediately became harder. I knew it was somewhere I wasn't supposed to go, but it was just supposed to be a little bit of exploration. We didn't mean anything by it. Even so, I still should not have done it. So I apologize. I am sorry. To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I had meant to ask my wife prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion did not say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop. You got me there. I didn't expect you to pitch it to me straight. You've got me on the ropes. I looked to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly. If you understand that, even though it was only a casual exploration for you, Kei-chan, that there are a lot of people who think it is no laughing matter, then it is okay. There's an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's been days since then. It may be too late, but I apologize. What I did was wrong. Please forgive me. I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened. It's okay. If you know what you did was bad, then that is enough, right? Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I was not happy about it. Mi-chan, Keiichi-kun is apologizing seriously. I think maybe you should respond seriously as well. I am being serious, though. Do I not look serious to you, Rena? You don't. Rena was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right, even though I came here to speak from the heart like this. It felt like she has not been taking this seriously. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that. Keiji-kun, you can get up now. Let's tell her everything. That looks like what Mi-chan wants too. I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip. Mion, you called Rika-chan and Satako the day before last, right? I don't remember doing so. If you have a reason to think so, could you let me hear it? It was evening before dinner time. Rika-chan should have come here, bringing a big bottle of soy sauce, to have you share some with her. Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I did not miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit. Why do you think of that? It's not hard to understand. Mi-chan, you saw it too, didn't you? Rika-chan's room. Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking. There was chilled tofu, but no soy sauce. Plus, the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found. What? Is that why she would have come here? Mion, drop the act. You wrote it yourself on the notice, didn't you? That you would share your soy sauce? Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she had purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her. Then, Mi-chan, Rika-chan, you you hit her. Rena hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word. That was really supposed to be the end, wasn't it? For you, anyway. What are you talking about? You didn't foresee that Rika-chan would tell Satako-chan that she was going to your house, did you, Mi-chan? Then Satako-chan called. Might Rika be imposing on you? Yeah, probably just like that. You sound just like her. Mi-chan, you were in a bit of a bind then, because someone knew that Rika-chan had come here. So you decided to lure Satako-chan here too. Lure her out? Like how, I wonder? Mion pried Rena on as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her the whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Rena was saying must have been a bullseye. It probably went like this. Satako, I actually made too much dinner today, so why not come over and eat? Rika-chan came earlier and already ate some. Something like that. Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee. There's no recordings of the phone conversations or anything, so how do you know that much? I know it because the dinner that Satako-chan made for the two of them was plastic wrapped in their refrigerator and hadn't been touched. For a few moments Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she could not believe that this person in front of her was Rena. With just that to go on, how did you even guess what we said over the phone? It's a long explanation, so I will get to the point. The contents of that refrigerator provided a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out. Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face. That's... I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time. I can't believe you would figure out everything, down to the phone conversation, just from what was inside the fridge. You've got me there. You've got me. You've got me. As if a dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely did not make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true. An incredible detective. Mi-chan, you are the one who guessed what Weishi-san told us. He called me an incredible detective too. As soon as she heard Weishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell. Mion, the police have suspected you for a long time now. Weishi-san's officers have had the house under observation, so that they could break in at any time. Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she could not detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house. Was the mayor, Mi-chan too? Were Tomitaki-san and Takano-san? You as well? Mion did not answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now in this moment. Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed to Mion Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and it was entirely different from that of the Mion I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautifully elegant bow as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself. We meet for the first time. I am the current heir to the Sonozaki house. My name is Mion. Mion's movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Ren and I could do was watch baffled at her actions, which we would never imagine normal her doing. I would like to welcome you to the Sonozaki main house today. I will greet you all in place of our leader or you. It seems as though you have various things you would like to ask. If I could be of any assistance, then I would like to answer without concealing anything. What did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light and resolve in her eyes. It's really all right if we ask anything then? I shall tell you everything I know. That is why you have come here after all. Rena and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now. Why would you do this? That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano-san, and Tomitaki-san as well. No, even further back, for all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion could not respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak. To answer that question will take some time. If that is acceptable, however, then I would by all means like you to hear it. She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago. Do you know that Hinamizawa village used to be called Onigafuchi village? Rena nodded lightly and shot me a glance asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onikafuchi Village. Yes. I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic. That's right. Our ancestors in Onikafuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the demons. Those in the villages at the foot of the mountains worshipped and honored them. Nevertheless, that all decayed within the end of the Tokugawa era. The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onikafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that lingered from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became. The Meiji era began, and the name of Onikafuchi village, with its long history, was forcibly changed into Hinamizawa village. I have heard the Meiji government strongly wished to erase the old customs, the abolition of feudal domains, and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was. Our ancestors in Onikafuchi village were proud descendants descended from the demons. Onikafuchi village disappeared in a flash. At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war. The first Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out, they recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization. At the time, Onikafuchi village had already lost its impenetrability. The villagers, once worshipped as transcendents, were now on the receiving end of inhuman treatment. The sacred Onikafuchi village had been groundlessly labeled an isolated village of those afflicted with incurable diseases, a mere shadow of its former self. It stood on the precipice of an era of hardship. Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onikafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces, and devoured. Never ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onikafuchi village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story did not end with only the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onikafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back to engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. It even caused trials. They would appeal that where one came from wasn't an important enough reason to divorce. They would, however, lose their case. Lying about one's birthplace apparently constitutes a heavy act of misrepresentation in marriage. That's terrible. I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was, a modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because I was going to be on a test one time. I recalled being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan. Well, I suppose I cannot say that they weren't asking for it. Our ancestors were proud of the demon blood flowing through them. They lived their lives boasting about it and scorning those at the foot of the mountain, after all. They struck fear into the villagers down there with their mystique and demanded gifts of dread and tribute. With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery. During the Pacific War, despite the slogans that all the country was acting as one, those from Hinamizawa continued to suffer all manner of discrimination. There were too many ways to count. That would send their husbands and sons to war, and the woman on the home front would suffer greatly too. My grandmother remembers it well. She remembers it being a difficult time. Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945. Hinamizawa had lost many male hands, but at last their fathers and husbands and sons returned to them. Of course, there were also many who did not come back. Nevertheless, for those in Hinamizawa who were at their limits, barely able to maintain the village without men, their return was a very happy thing. MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era. Hinamizawa was on the verge of turning into a ghost town. Those in the village started to say that they should rebuild it once again, and got to work, trying to make the village even a little more plentiful. During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Sonozaki. Sohei said that he managed food warehouses in Harbin after being dispatched to the Chinese mainland. When it was time to pull out, he conspired with his superiors and comrades and stole a great deal of the army's canned goods. He hid them somewhere in the Seto Inland Sea and sold them widely at a high price on the black market, thus earning a fortune. Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house. Let's revive this ruined village. All who live here are our family, and this fortune is our collective property. So he proclaimed to my grandmother, the current head of the family. That vast fortune was a huge reason why Hinamizawa was revitalized after the war. I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity. Of course, there were many people who begrudged the money coming from the black market, but the villagers no longer minded it. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization. The person in the middle of it all was your Nana, Michia. That's amazing. What a great success. Mion looked like she was honestly happy Rena had praised her. However, around 1955 the wind started blowing in the other direction again, because of the canned flesh incident. Canned flesh. It sounded so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous. Someone naming himself as my grandfather, Sohei Sonozaki's superior, confessed that those canned goods had been human flesh. Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior. The stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival had been canned human flesh. Why were their cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the food. In reality, Sohei's job during the war had been to exterminate pestilent mice and to transport the corpses of those with infectious diseases. It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low-scorn, depressing customs of Onigafuchi village and the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corps in the old Japanese army, or whatever? Keiji-kun, you have heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims, how many days it would be when injected, how many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead, and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them into centrifuges while still alive, and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time. That makes me sick. And they still hate Hinamizawa, huh? You said it. Mion agreed with me, giving me a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now. The unit Sohei was in did way kinder research than that. They were researching concrete methods for reducing the difficulty of delivering food on the battlefield. The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefield. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistances lowered, the soldiers fell to disease one after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They would not be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently that's where the research started. At first it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control, until finally they knocked down a door called Taboo. What do you think the easiest source of protein on a battlefield is? Rena and I knew the answer without being told, so we did not answer. That's right, they were researching ways to handle using humans as food. Fighting onwards, sometimes eating the flesh of enemies, and sometimes that of allies, became the ultimate service paid to their country. They were deathly serious about this doctrine. It really is a riot. My grandfather was despised as someone who ate human flesh, and yet they had gone above and beyond that. Apparently he always thought about it too. Even if he was a vulgar man, eating demon, they were far more ugly humans than he. So no matter how much he was scorned, he would not put up with it. At last they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists could not make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle. The starved soldiers on the front lines apparently loved all the prototypes they were sent. Among them, those who cooked it in soy sauce like it was sukiyaki loved it the most. Come on, Mi-chan, stop. I'm getting sick to my stomach. Rena really was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there. Then, those canned goods your grandpa brought back. I don't know if it's true. Sohei denied it was human flesh up until the day he died. However, those who begrudged Hinamizawa's sudden revival called him a savage for making a fortune from selling human flesh, and the villagers began to be scorned again. They returned to a time where children would be jeered at and have rocks thrown at them. The stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I did not know. My grandmother, the family head, once told the children of the village this. If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, what if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer was simple. If they throw stones at two of you, throw them back with 4. If they chase 8 of you with sticks, drive them off with 16. If they slander 30 of you, yell back with 60. Finally, the children asked, what if we are attacked by 1,000? Even that answer was simple. If 1,000 people attack you, then everyone in Hinamizawa will stand up against them. It was a manifesto to spur people into action. My grandmother rose up not only as the leader of the Sonozaki house, but as the mother of Hinamizawa. It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the U.S. were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It did not matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they would win. Kei-chan, do you remember how many people came to help you when you got involved with those delinquents in town? I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me, that the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they would not get involved. My grandmother fought, and my parents carried on the fight. At last, peace returned to Hinamizawa. Of course, that peace had been placed on a razor's edge. When you consider the previous 100 years of history, the tranquility now can only be called a chance interval, standing on uneven scales. Why? Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet I said it anyway. Why can't everyone just live in peace? What happened to those old stories of Oyashiro-sama that I heard from Takano-san? Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that? It's a fairy tale. I mean, that even if those people and the demons were real, the Oyashiro-sama who mediated between them wasn't. Is that why Oyashiro-sama's curse happens? A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautiful, clear hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile without answering. It did not even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer. So that Hinamizawa village might once more be like Onikafuchi village, so that we may again be a secret existence, worthy of worship. That was the earnest wish of our ancestors in Onikafuchi, and the mission of those who inherit the demon in the Sonozaki main family. Those who inherit the demon. For generations, the Sonozaki family has had a custom of including the character for demon in the leader's names. If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day. I trace out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there. Not only in my name either. The demon is engraved on my body as well. When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing. It's okay, Mi-chan. You don't need to show us, okay? Thank you. With just that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking, that proved she was a heritage demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa. No, of Onikafuchi weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Rena wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured. The serial incidents happening over the past 5 years. I was directly related to some of them, and indirectly to others. Some were not the Sonozaki family, but were rather related to the others, the Kimiyoshi family and the Furude family. I think I was at the center of all of them. She said without turning around, with her back to us. At some point her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew. I have faith in what I have done, and I do not feel any guilt. If I did, perhaps it would be that I will have to leave the stage before the heir is decided. If I am caught and tried in a court of law, I suppose that's how it works nowadays. Then being able to retire with Hinamizawa at the most peaceful it's been in 100 years could be the happiest thing that's ever happened to any of the Sonozaki leaders of past generations. Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped on the ground. Mion, it was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey Mion, I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can? Try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room. But Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, you killed them, didn't you, Mi-chan? The sharp point of her words stabbed in my chest despite not being directed at me. I'm not saying that it is okay if you killed other people. Regardless, Mi-chan, you killed Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. Rinna's words were more biting than any I had ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends. Just as I bear the duty of the Sonozaki family, Rika-chan bore the duty of the Furude family. That duty was to protect the ritual storehouse. My chest tightened. I learned around last year that Rika-chan had said something about it. The bars on the storehouse door were too heavy for her, and she wanted to change them to a simpler lock and key. Even the priest before her had complained about it being heavy. He was very aware of how hard it was for Rika. I will make sure to guard it, so I want to replace the lock with something lighter, I replied on the behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you should not replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, if it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being something somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with Old Man Kimiyoshi, since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse, and switched it to a really cheap and light padlock. Old man, is this really alright? Nana says that if possible, we should keep the lock the same. It'll be alright. You are quite the worrywart. If something happens, this old man will take all the responsibility. Do you promise? You mean that you'll take responsibility as the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, right? You should be well aware of how secret the things inside really are. It's okay. There aren't any bad cats in Hinamizawa who would open the lock and break in. Meow, meow. Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat. I had already heard of the thieves entering the ritual storehouse during the Watangashi festival. There were 4 of them. We decided to act within the day. At the same time, we needed to demand that the ones who allowed the thieves to break in, Rika-chan of the Furude family and Old Man Kimiyoshi, take responsibility. My tears dripped and dropped, until just now I had decided that was Mion's fault, that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me. I might as well have killed them. Keiichi-kun, I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet I did not. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If at the time I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others would not have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun, like we always did. I was an idiot. If by shedding tears I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act would not be enough to redeem myself for the crime I have committed. Kei-chan, you are not at fault. Mion gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me. As the leader of the Sonozaki family, I needed to act. But given the history of the Sonozaki family, thinking about it now is no big deal. Maybe I should have saved my friends, even if it meant casting all that aside. I yielded to it, and that's why I killed those 2. I, Mion Sonozaki, and nobody else, killed them. I had hundreds of chances to stop it, but I did not stop. I gave in to the easy role that was handed to me, and abandoned all thought of fighting for my friends. So this is my crime. I killed them. Mion Sonozaki, with these hands, killed them, and nothing whatsoever changed. Nothing. Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful. Still, Mi-chan, you saved one person of your own volition. As I looked at her surprised, Rena stuck her finger right at my forehead. You left Keiichi-kun alive. As strong as you were, Mi-chan, it would have been no trouble for you, but you didn't kill him. That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club. If she had seriously tried to kill me, I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people have been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive. Why didn't I kill him? As a demon, I can't even begin to guess. Maybe Mion had some reasons she did not want to kill you. What is that supposed to mean? Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Rena did not need to talk. Is Oishi waiting outside? Yes. Any way out? No. They said they have the place surrounded. It seemed like they called a lot of cars over the radio. I think they have your entire property surrounded. Mion fell silent. Rena's merciless words felt cruel, but they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help. Please, turn yourself in. Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little. We'll go with you. We will never leave a friend by herself. Crying children and Rena are the only things I can't beat. She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion. I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are. Even if they accept me turning myself in, I will probably never be able to come back here. I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So much so that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was in a way extremely cruel. So I would like you to hear one last selfish request. What is it? 30 minutes is fine. Just let me have some time alone with Kei-chan. Huh? My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that. Keiichi-kun, is that okay with you? If you don't want to, then I will not make you. You are right. It is okay if you do not want to. After all, I am a demon, and Kei-chan is a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else. For us to be compatible doesn't exist to mediate, simply isn't possible. There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. Right now, the duty of handling this had fallen to me and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion did not say one word of blame. Far from it, I was guilty of the same crime, and she had let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I did not know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear the sins that Mion shouldered. So, when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Sure, it's fine. Thank you. I would like to thank you too, Keiichi-kun. Rena stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave. It's fine, Rena. You can wait right here. I just want to go around the yard with Kei-chan. If you're bored, you can go into my room. You can read any manga you like. And if there are any volumes you like, you might as well take them. I don't want to. Mi-chan's books belong to Mi-chan. Rena could not bring them back home with her so freely. You are such a good kid, only at times like this. Mion took Rena's hand and rubbed it violently like I always did. Okay, let's go, Kei-chan. I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, when Rena silently stopped me. Take care of Mi-chan. Yeah, Mi-chan really does believe she won't ever be able to come back. I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she had been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent. Watch out, so that you don't make her lose her temper, okay? Mion might not surrender herself to justice, so I might have to put an end to it myself. Rena had already thought that far ahead. Right, I won't let that happen. Rena rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them. Okay, then go after her. I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper door. Why was Mi-chan made a successor to demons? Maybe it just had to happen that way, but it's just so awful. Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely did not want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this? Can I hold your arm? It was such a modest request. I don't mind. With my permission, her face lit up with glee, like a child being given a toy, and took my arm. Do you get kind of nervous with your arm through mine? You are not thinking, for example, that I would suddenly put you in a world-class joint lock or anything? You two say the same things. I don't think that at all. Back when nothing had gone wrong yet, during those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been a week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same. I think Shion liked you, Kei-chan. I see. If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace. Mion and Shion, you got along well, didn't you? Well, I wonder. Kei-chan, do you think your right hand and left hand get along? Huh? My right hand and left hand. I don't think you could describe them as getting along or not. That's how our relationship is. You cannot measure it by the scale of how well we get along. That didn't sound like it meant they got along really well. For example, one of your hands is dominant, so there will always be a better hand. If you only had one of it meant, you would put it on your dominant hand without thinking, right? I think maybe it was like that for us. That doesn't mean, though, that anyone would be okay with losing their left hand. It's a kind of unexplainable relationship. I think that maybe you live too close together and just stop being able to see it, but I think that means you get along really well. I am an only child, so the day before the festival, I was really jealous of when you and Shion were messing around with each other. I think you were jealous of something that doesn't exist. Yes, we twins used to have a lot of fun playing tricks on people, but now that we have such distinctly different personalities, it just gets in the way. Were they cursed, or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big, desolate forest we had seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I could not help but feel small. It's huge. You must have had a great time playing in it as kids, huh? Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I could not look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had got rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned. Shion is still alive. Really? Mion took a hard look into my eyes and nodded quietly. Yeah, I had been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all, so I had her locked up. I never did think of a good way to do it, though. Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but also, deep down, she did not completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me, she saved Shion too. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said, "Come with me. I want you to see all of my sins. Although Kei-chan, it might be the worst thing you have ever seen." I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika-chan Satoku's deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it. It's already happened. It is in the past. You can choose not to look, Kei-chan. If you don't want to, then wait here. I will personally end everything. I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remembered what Rina had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I will still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened. It doesn't matter what I see. Yes, Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. That won't change. It never will. The treetops softly swayed in the wind. You and Rina both. Why do you only get really cool at times like this? Normally I would say something rude right back at her, evading the question. But today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last Mion started walking into the thick forest, into the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills. It had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I had been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place. If you want to turn back, now is your chance. I don't know what kind of person Mion Sonozaki is to you, but if you go inside, that Mion will probably... She won't change. I will say it as many times as I need to. Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. I clenched my fist. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I will endure it. I will overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change. That Mion is my greatest friend. I am nothing more than a demon, so I do not understand human feelings anymore. I have a feeling, though, that I know why Mion fell in love with you. Don't say that like it's not related to you. You are Mion. You are not a demon. You are a human with human blood, and you are my friend. Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. The lock on it was dauntingly strong looking. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling, rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving his tank out on the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside it was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived there. All this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though there were a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feeling. You saw what was in the ritual storehouse, right? The piles of torture instruments. All of them were created to uphold the strict religious laws of Onikafuchi village. They were tools used to kill those who broke the laws in terrible ways as a warning to others. That was a long time ago. Watangashi, originally a ritual meant as a deterrent, was once overseen by the three families. But thanks to the Kimiyoshi and Furude families going into decline, and the way the times changed, actually carrying it out became difficult. I can imagine why. You would never think people could be okay with drowning people in a swamp and killing them in modern Japan. That's why the Sonozaki family built this, a secret place so that we could continue to conduct the rite of Watanagashi even in modern times. Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements. There's quite a few, isn't there? Some of them were actually brought here from the original storehouse. All of the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so they did not seem that real. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceilings were covered in the kind of tiling you would see in bathrooms, and there was even a drain set amidst a slight slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall stretched to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood. According to something a leader from a long time ago wrote, blood splatter has impact, despite the fact that it doesn't tax the sacrifice. Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent after all. My ancestors thought up all kinds of different things to show off. As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room to a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions. They're seats for the audience. Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent after all. It wouldn't make sense if there were no guests. I couldn't speak, and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway, except that if Mion revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to. Right here is where I killed everyone. There were no spectators to watch me, but I did the Watangashi very well. Well, perhaps there was one spectator. A spectator? Me. I, the demon, was watching the entire time Mion held the Watanagashi ceremony. Mion cackled in self-depreciation. It wasn't a nice sounding laugh. Back there is the prison. Is Shion there? She nodded slightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison. Where is everyone? Rika-chan and Satoko. Their corpses? I grimaced at her, having said it so outright. Yeah, that's right. The poor things being left here in the dark like this. I didn't want them to get infested with bugs, so I threw them down the well. I'm sorry. So I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. You said it yourself. No matter what, Mion Sonozaki is your greatest friend. Yeah, my greatest friend. I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well. Shion? Is that Shion? Kei-chan? Is that you, Kei-chan? I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really was her. Are you alright, Shion? Are you hurt? No, no, no. Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course. Shion didn't know that everything was over yet. Calm down, Shion. Everything is already over. Everything. I spoke in as calm a voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it did not seem like it was getting through her screams. Shion, how have you been? No more. Please, no more. I don't want to see anyone else die. If you hate me, then just kill me already. Hello, Gecko? I'm guessing from the Kupo that you are the Moogle. And maybe you've changed your name again? If not, okay, maybe not. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome, 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 Gecko. Thank you for the follow. Kill me right now. Sis, calm down, Shion. It's all over now. No more. No more what? No more uwu? Or no more something else and then you uwu'd because of the no more? So calm down. Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I had realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, if Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Okay, so it is Punk Mog. Cool. Kind of interesting. I thought you had already followed me, but I guess not. Or maybe it counts as a different follow because your name changed? I don't really know too many people who Kupo though, so I thought it was you. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Mion spoke from over my shoulder, quietly. Relax. I won't kill you. No, I won't kill you just yet. Coo, 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 coo. She burst out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Sean's madness even worse. Oh, I didn't think that was possible for Twitch. Twitch is supposed to have like stupid good security, ain't it? Shit, dude. Hopefully it didn't cost you anything. Sean broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she railed. Please stop. Don't kill Kei-chan. Kei-chan has nothing to do with this, does he? If you're going to kill someone, then kill me right now. I don't want anyone else to die. If you want to die that badly, then after I've killed this man, I'll take my time making mincemeat out of you. In accordance with the ancient rites, I will do it slowly, starting with your extremities. I will shave you down and mince you. Okay, that's good, because if you had your debit card connected to Amazon somehow or something, or Twitch, that could have been real bad. So I'm glad it was only starting over. And thank you for the head pats. I had that mincing machine set up specifically for you after all. Or would it be funnier if I were to mince up Kei-chan in front of you? Quit it already. What do you have to gain by scaring her at this point? No, Kei-chan, run away! I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around, Mion's mouth was so much so that it was hard to believe. It had twisted into a shape even thinner than the crescent moon. It was a smile. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here was not my best friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who had been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonozaki family either. Then, who was she? I saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength in my body drained instantly, and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor. Then my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but was comfortable as if I had fallen onto a damp-filled futon. My consciousness reeled, then receded. It was this kind of sensation, like if you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you would not be listening, you would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears, or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I did not think it annoying, nor did it interest me. Now then, I wonder how I should go about preparing you. Oh yes, what do you think of a bed of nails? I tested it on those two little brats, but their hands were too small for the restraining table. Let's do that, let's do that. Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it, and one of my shoes fell off. Please stop. Please, stop. Shion's emotions exploded outward and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, flung me down. Okay, we got a bit of a translation error here, but okay. And returned to the prison cell again. My, you sure can cry with a cute voice, can't you? Your unnatural bravado is making my skin crawl, but this definitely suits you the best. Coo 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 coo. Mion, my big sister, I beg you, I don't care how you choose to kill me, but please at least let Kei-chan go. I'm begging you. Shion had always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister, that Shion, in such a miserable voice that I could not have imagined it during those peaceful times, prostrated herself before the older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy. You know, I wasn't planning on listening to your petty wishes. The way you're crying, though, is just too funny. I think maybe I'll change my mind and listen to you. Since, come to think of it, I never did anything big sister-like for you. Yes, yes, thank you so much. Alright then, let's hear you apologize for everything. Then maybe I will let it all be water under the bridge. And maybe, just maybe, I'll let Kei-chan go. Mion said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak weak words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied. You think you can make up for years of grudges, hard feelings like that? That just will not do. I guess I'll make mincemeat out of you both. No! Wait, sis. One more chance. Just one more chance. Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation, not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion. You cannot apologize to my satisfaction anyway. I'll teach you how to make an apology that will get through to your older sister. I'm only going to tell you once, and if you get even the letter wrong, you are out. Got it? Yes. Yes. Thank you, sis. Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation of tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized those feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers. Did you memorize it? Then let's hear you say it. Sincerely and faithfully from beginning to end with all your heart. If you can do it properly, then I'll only kill you. Yes, thank you so much. Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point, she had become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something so nasty like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this. Now, let's hear it. Your big sister is listening closely. Shion Sonozaki is... When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped out with a fake right behind me? Anyway, this could not possibly be Mion. Shion Sonozaki is a lowly, worthless sow, not fit to even lick her big sister Mion's feet. And when I think of the countless times I've been rude to my big sister without knowing my place. Yes, that's the spirit. I'll permit you to say a little more now, okay? Blood circulated through my whole body. My numb senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion is still holding Mion's... No, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry up. I'll reflect on how impertinent I've been and swear loyalty to my big sister Mion for the rest of my life. So... Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a wire. All right, already. That was funny enough for me. I didn't think you would throw away that much of your pride. That was plenty enjoyable. Mion began to drag me again after I finally got the feeling in my body back and pulled me towards the torture chamber. Sis, only kill me. Please, forgive him. Don't worry, alright? I'll be sure to kill you real good. After letting you get an earful of K-Chan's screams, that is. After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges, and locked them in place. Don't kill him, sis. The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Sean's cries of mortification the entire time. Can you hear it, Shion? I'm going to get started now. Please enjoy K-Chan's young screams. Give it a fucking rest. The feeling in my body returned, and the first reaction I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Mion. Awake at last, are we? I lied before, you know, about having wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all, but locking her up because I hadn't thought of a good way yet. That was a lie. Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to that she began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails, whose ends had been turned into hooks, like the kind you would see on a harpoon. I'll let her hear the screams of all those people that died because of her, and after they have soaked into her very soul, then I'll kill her. I've got pretty good taste, huh? Cuckoo, cuckoo. Who are you? Huh? I am Mion. Mion Sonozaki. Has the fear driven you crazy? No, you are not. There is no way you can be Mion Sonozaki. Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture. I see. Then if I am not Mion, who am I? A demon. Huh? You are not Mion. Mion was just here. Give her back. K-Chan, is your brain really doing okay? You are not going crazy with fear? Don't touch me. You damn demon. Give her back. Give Mion back. My best friend, give Mion back. Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But, this person in front of me could not possibly have been Mion. There was no way I could accept that. So, this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon, and was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one, really. This thing. It all had to be the doing of this demon possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked. You really are a piece of work, you know that? In this very moment, Mion Sorozaki is trying to kill you, and you are trying to reject me? I never knew there was such a funny person in all the world. If you want to laugh, do it all you want. No matter what you say, though, I won't accept that you are Mion. Give her back. Away with you, demon. Kei-chan, are you trying to kill me by drowning me in my own tears? No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so that the real Mion trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me would be able to hear. You can do it, Mion. Don't lose to this piece of shit demon. You are strong. Show me how strong you are. The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow. Please, Mion. Mion, where did you lose to a demon like this? You are not that weak, are you? Don't lose. Fight. Fight! Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I could not afford to be scared. That was why I shouted. My sides hurt like they are about to split. Is that all? I'm going to get started now. Be sure to give her some good screams. Not only am I torturing you, Kei-chan, but I am torturing Shion as well. Why would you? Mion. Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. Yet a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I had realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion. Kei-chan, this may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you. You really seem to want to know, though, so I will tell you just one thing. I did not know if this was Mion or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered. A long time before the demon came to live inside me, it was gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence, but I suppressed it with my reason. That settled the demon down, and I got to thinking it had gone away somewhere. As it turned out, I was wrong. It had not left me. It had just gone to sleep. I noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes. The demon woke up again due to a certain small opportunity. What do you think that opportunity was? There was a sad and yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes. Do you understand? I don't. I don't know what gave the demon the chance to beat Mion. This might be strange for me, a demon, to say, but you are the reason that everything got so messed up. The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downward all of a sudden. At the same time, if you had given me that doll you got without hesitating, maybe everything would not have gotten so twisted. The doll I got, that doll I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday. You probably can't understand. I wouldn't expect you to. But you see, all sorts of things started falling over like dominoes after that, and soon it was too much for me to control. It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of knocking over the first one, since it was so small, but you're the one who set it up. That can't. Me? If you hadn't made Mion cry, then I wouldn't have had to wake up. Is that enough for you to die in peace? A mistake that I had made on that day was what messed everything up. That can't be, can it? It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of it. Even so, Kei-chan, you are without a doubt the cause. If you had nonchalantly given me the doll that day, then I don't think this would have happened. I wanted to say, like I had just remembered something, as I recalled that day. Rena had told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh God, I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going into the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that until just now? Rin had told me at the time, and now she herself, no, the demon was telling me. It's the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured, to die altogether. And it is 1800. The schedule demands I end now, so we'll finish this on Monday. Yes, you get to wait a whole. You get to wait till Monday to see if he survives. If he's going to be saved at the end, and that it will be the true torture for you. Mwah, wah, wah. Anyway, stay safe, guys.